Transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. From him the ecstatic emanation. By him Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy. Master of devotees. O Master, be merciful. Feet. Ki Jai. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Rana Padma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Rana Padma Kevala Bandho Mui Savadana Mate Bandho Mui Savadana Mate Jahara Prasadhe Bhai E Bhavatoriya Jai Sadhe Bhai Jahara Prasadhe Bhai E Bhavatoriya Jai Sadhe Bhai Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hoy Te Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hoy Te Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Arnakorio Maneyasha Arnakorio Maneyasha Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Utamagati Rati Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Utamagati Charane Rati Ese Utamagati Jai Prashade Pure Sarva Asha Jai Prashade Pure Sarva Asha Chakudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu se Chakudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu se Divya Gyan Hriday Prokasito Divya Gyan Hriday Prokasito Prema Bhakti Ja Hoite Avidya Vinasa Jate Prema Bhakti Ja Hoite Avidya Vinasa Jate Vede Gai Jahara Charito Vede Gai Jahara Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Lokanath Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Haha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho More Pada Chaya Haha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho More Pada Chaya Ebeyastu Shukri Bhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Oh Adhama Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Lokanath Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho More Pada Chaya Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho More Pada Chaya Ebeya Sushukri Bhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Founder Acharya, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Om Vishnu Padaya Bhakti Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadhi Paschatya Deshatarine Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadhi Paschatya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Gaura Bhakta Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladev Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Nashringadev, 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 Jaya Nashringadev. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribol. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribol. Nitai Gaur Premanande, Haribol.
Nityalila Pravishtom Vishnupad Paramhansa Parivrajikacharya Shtotra Sata Sri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Guru Parampara Ki Jai Sad Goswami Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Sikaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakti Vrinda Ki Jai Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Vrindavan Mathura Dham Ki Jai Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Jai Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Yamuna Mai Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Ki Jai Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai Sambeta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Brihat Mridanga Ki Jai Sri Sri Radha Kalachanji Ki Jai Gaura Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Welcome to the Srimad Bhagavatam class. Are we going to have the TV here or no? Not today. Okay. All right, we'll start. Welcome to the Srimad Bhagavatam class. Welcome to Sri Sri Radha Kalachanji. Welcome to all the devotees who are here from different places. His Grace Sunanda Prabhu from LA. Hare Krishna Prabhu, welcome. Prabhuji, you're visiting from where? Traveling around from Grey. What was your name, Prabhu? Madan? Manan. Hare Krishna, welcome. We also have Gaurangi from the kids program. Thank you so much. Welcome. Hare Krishna. Jose. Prabhus, where are you coming from? San Antonio. Hare Krishna. Welcome. Do we have any other visitors? Okay, Jose is from here, right? So now you're from here. All right. Thank you, everybody. So before we start, let us make a sankalpa to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji that we're able to go a little bit deeper into the subject matter today. So we're able to come a little bit closer to him. Hare Krishna. So we'll start with Jai Radha Madhav. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari O Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari O Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Srila Guru Deva. O Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. O Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So we are continuing our reading from Canto 1, Chapter 17, text number 36. Can we get that board, Prabhuji? Yeah. Thank you. So we are Canto 1, Chapter 17, which is titled Punishment and Reward of Kali, text number 36. All right. Please repeat after me. Kalir uvacha yatra kva vata vatsyami sarvabhauma tavagnaya lakshaya tatra tatrapi tvayam ateshu sarashanam. Kaliruvacha yatra kva vata vatsyami sarvabhauma tavagnaya lakshaye tatra tatrapi tvam ateshu sarashanam. Kaliruvacha yatra kva vata vatsyami sarvabhauma tavagnaya lakshaye tatra tatrapi Tvam ateshu sarasanam. Somebody like to say it? Kaliruvacha Yatra kva vata vatsyami Sarvabhauma tavagnaya Lakshaye tatra tatrapi Tvamateshu sarasanam. Kaliruvacha Yatra kvavata vatsyami Sarvabhauma tavagnaya Lakshaye tatra tatrapi Tvamateshu sarasanam. Anyone else? One more. Kaliruvacha Yatra kvavata vatsyami Sarvabhauma tavagnaya Lakshaye tatra tatrapi Tvamateshu sarasanam. So word for word. Kali uvacha. The personality of Kali said, Yatra, anywhere, Kwa, and everywhere, Va, either, Ata, therefore, Vatsyami, I shall reside, Sarvabhauma, O Lord, or Emperor of the earth, Tava, your, Agnaya, by the order, Lakshaye, I see, Tatra Tatra, anywhere and everywhere, Api, also, Tvam, your majesty, Ata, taken over, Issue, arrows, Sharashanam, bows. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. O your Majesty, though I may live anywhere and everywhere under your order, I shall but see you with bow and arrows wherever I look. So this is Kali who is addressing Maharaj Parikshit. And he's saying, O your Majesty, though I may live anywhere and everywhere under your order, I shall but see you with bow and arrows wherever I look. Purport. The personality of Kali could see that Maharaj Parikshit was the emperor of all lands all over the world. And thus, anywhere he might live, he would have to meet with the same mood of the king. The personality of Kali was meant for mischief, and Maharaj Parikshit was meant for subduing all kinds of mischief mongers, especially the personality of Kali. It was better, therefore, for the personality of Kali to have been killed by the king then and there, instead of being killed elsewhere. He was, after all, a surrendered soul before the king, and it was for the king to do what was required. So we'll all sing the Mangalacharan prayers together. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamhayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakham Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Kaliruvacha Yatra kvavathavatsyami sarvabhauma tavagnaya lakshaye tatra tatrapi tvamateshu sarashanam. O your Majesty, though I may live anywhere and everywhere under your order, I shall but see you with bow and arrows wherever I look. So, to give some context of where we are in this chapter, so right now, I'm going to ask some questions. Who is the king of the material world right now at this context? Maharaj Parikshit. And who was Maharaj Parikshit? Grandson of Arjuna. Yes, he was the last person in the dynasty, right? And he had the same qualities like Maharaj Yudhishthir and the Pandavas. So he was the ruler with dharma and religiosity. And in that material world, or in that material realm, there was no sinful activities going on. So he was actually on his way, looking at his whole kingdom, when he came across two personalities who were not doing well. Anybody remembers who the two personalities were? Dharma and Bhumi, correct. Dharma and Bhumi. In what form were them? Both of them? Cow and bull. So Mother Earth was in the form of cow, and Dharma was in the form of a bull. And how many legs was Dharma standing on? One, correct. What was the last leg he was standing on? Truthfulness. So all the other three legs were already gone, right? It was just one leg, and he was trembling. And Mother Earth was crying, and she was weeping. And when Maharaj Parikshit appeared on that scene, he saw that there was a king there was a Shudra in the form of a king who was beating Mother Earth and the bull. And the bull was so the bull was like trembling and was urinating, right? So when Maharaj Parikshit saw this, immediately he was like, "Oh, you king who is in the form of a Shudra, I'm going to kill you." And he takes out his bow and arrows and he's about to shoot Kali. What did Kali do then? Anybody remembers what did Kali do when he saw the bow and arrows that he's about to get killed? He surrendered. He surrendered to Maharaj Parikshit. And what did Maharaj Parikshit do? He agreed to give him shelter. Right? That is the quality of a Vaishnav. Right? A Vaishnav, when he sees that somebody has surrendered, they have accepted their mistake, they are compassionate. Right? So this is where we are at right now. And so the last verse was, the personality of Kali, thus being ordered by Maharaj Parikshit, began to tremble in fear, and seeing the king before him like Yamaraj, ready to kill him, Kali spoke to the king as follows. And this is what he's saying, that, "O your Majesty, though I may live anywhere and everywhere under your order, I shall but see you with bow and arrows wherever I look." So what Kali is trying to explain here is that, Maharaj Parikshit, in your kingdom, there is no place where I can actually live. Because I am, like Srila Prabhupada explained in this purport, that he is meant for mischief. Right? Kali is meant for mischief, and Maharaj Parikshit is meant for subduing all kinds of mischief mongers. So Kali is like, I have no place to stay in your kingdom. Please help me. So Kali here is actually the personification, right? He's in a personal form. And we see in our reading from Shastra that everything is actually a personification, a person. But we also notice that in Bhagavatam in Canto 4, we read about the story of Puranjana, right? Puranjana is not a person, right? It is just an allegory, right? And the only way we can understand that is by reading Srimad Bhagavatam under the guidance of a guru or a sadhu. So it's very important that when we actually start to read the Shastra, we take the proper guidance from guru and sadhus. Because otherwise we will not have the right understanding, right? So here we see that this Kali is actually a personification of a Shudra. Who is a Shudra? A Shudra is a coward. And he is always there only to serve for money. Unlike the other three Varnas. What are the other three Varnas? Brahmana, Kshatriya and Vaishyas. So the Brahmanas are to instruct and to educate the people. The Kshatriyas are for protecting the people. So here Maharaj Parikshit was a Kshatriya. And the Vaishyas are for business. They do business and they supply, right? So Nanda Maharaj, they were all Vaishyas. So we see that the Brahmanas, the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas, they are all leaders, right? A leader is somebody who they don't serve in terms of their sustenance, right? There's another very good quality of a leader. A leader doesn't demand respect, right? A leader with his actions, based on seeing their actions, everybody follows a leader. Here you see that Maharaj Parikshit is a great leader. He's a great king. With his actions, we can understand how he was able to subdue Kali. So Kali here was trying to destroy Dharma and hurt mother, and the influence of Kali started to spread everywhere. And during Maharaj Parikshit's time, Kali knew that I will not be able to expand. So what did Kali do? Kali tried to get Maharaj Parikshit cursed. So he can then spread all over this world, right? So what does Kali do? He establishes a dharma. And what is a dharma? A dharma is meat eating, sinful activities like illicit sex, gambling, intoxication, right? That is what Kali is like, wants to spread all over. But if somebody is on the path of dharma and we want to give up all this adharma, we need to follow these 4 regulative principles and follow these devotional practices. So Vaishnava is somebody who has always surrendered to at least one person, right? Here we notice that Kali actually surrendered to Maharaj Parikshit. And surrender and humility is actually a very important quality for a Vaishnava, right? Even if a Vaishnava, when he's actually about to take initiation, the first thing they do is they surrender to their spiritual master, right? So surrender is very important. The other thing which we notice here is that the personality of Kali was meant for mischief, and Maharaj Parikshit was meant for subduing all kinds of mischief mongers. So we also notice that, in the next verse, we notice that now Kali is actually requesting Maharaj Parikshit. So Maharaj Parikshit, please give me a place where I can stay in your kingdom, right? And then what does Maharaj Parikshit do? Does anybody know? So something to do with... Correct. So he says that, okay, so you can actually go to any of these 4 places where there's meat eating, illicit sex, gambling, or intoxication. So then Kali is like, but Maharaj Parikshit, there's no place in your kingdom where all this is going on. Please give me a place to stay. So then Maharaj Parikshit says, okay, you can stay in a place where there's gold. And wherever there's gold, all these things happen as well. So this is how, Kali then, goes and gets protected in Maharaj Parikshit's place in his kingdom. So an important point now for us to remember is that that Kali is actually progressing, and we're seeing the effects of Kali in our world, right? We're noticing that as soon as we leave this temple room in the association of devotees, we start to get bombarded with so many different things, right? I know, like, as I start driving from here all the way back home to McKinney, I start noticing all the billboards, and I'm like, where am I? Like, what is going on, right? Like, all the 4 regulative principles are being advertised everywhere, right? That is where the place we live in, right? And what does Srila Prabhupada say? Like, how can we actually destroy Kali? By the Sankirtan movement. So Srila Prabhupada says that only by Sankirtan can we actually say that we are fighting Kali, right? We are fighting Maya. And what is the Sankirtan movement? The Sankirtan movement is whatever knowledge, whatever gift which we have got from our Gurujanas, we want to go and share that with everybody, right? Any practical ways in which we can share this knowledge? Any ideas? Prabhu? Book distribution. Yeah. So Srila Prabhupada has given us this transcendental plot, right? Where he says that you might take your 5 minutes of preaching to somebody might not change somebody, but when you give a book, it is like a time bomb waiting to explode, right? Like you've written a book, right? Like my kids, when they read that book, they're like, wow, it's amazing, right? So books are waiting time bombs. They're just waiting to explode, and the whole revolution starts. So Sankirtan is very important. Then, what is our Yoga Dharma? Which is chanting the holy name, right? In every street and village. Giving that out, giving prasadam, right? Prasadam distribution. So there are so many different ways in which we can actually say that we are fighting against Kali, right? We are fighting against Maya. So, but sometimes we're not even able to wake up early in the morning, right? And that's our problem. How are we going to fight against Maya if we are not strong? So it's very important that we have to first fill our pots, right? We have to fill our pots. Sankirtan is only the overflow from our pots. If our pots are not full, if we are not, giving our Shravanadi Jal, right, drop by drop in our pot, we will not be able to give it to others. And Srila Prabhupada has given us a very nice program, right? In whatever situation we are in, we can create our standard, our program. And our acharyas have shared that there are 5 main things, right? There are 64 limbs, but there are 5 main things which we should try to do every day, right? What are the 5 things? Chanting the holy name, hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, association of devotees, deity worship, and living in the holy dham. So are we able to do all 5? Like if you think about Srila Prabhupada's morning program, we start with Mangal Artik, right? We're looking at the deities, we're having deities darshan, we're getting association of devotees, and we are doing kirtan. Next, we do Narsingha Arti, right? Then we have Tulsi Puja, right? Tulsi Maharani is a pure devotee of Krishna, right? We actually take her permission so that we are able to chant the holy name. Is that Ranchor Prabhu? Hare Krishna, welcome. Great to see you, Prabhu. All the way from down under. Haribol. And then we chant the holy name, the japa, right? We chant the 10 offenses to the holy name. And the reason we want to avoid those 10 offenses is so we can quickly achieve the desired success, Krishna Prema, right? And what is the first offense? Not to criticize devotees. That is so important. Devotees are like jewels. And we don't want to criticize any devotee, not even in our mind, right? If we have some issues with a devotee, it's best to go and address it with them, right? So try to avoid criticizing devotees. And next we have reading the Srimad Bhagavatam, which we all are doing right now. And then living in a dham. How do we live in a dham? Give us some examples of how we can live in a dham even at home. We can make our home a temple. Yes. Jai. Haribol. So these are some practical ways in which we can make our life Krishna conscious, where we are able to fill our pots. And when we fill our pots, then the overflow is when we can go out in the streets and give it to everyone. So we'll stop here and we'll try to see if we can get some reflections from everybody. We'll start with Sunanda Prabhu and then we'll go to your right.
The preacher, somebody who's practicing Krishna consciousness, to preach to others. Otherwise, he runs the risk of losing his knowledge. Because by speaking, by teaching, and giving that knowledge, actually your knowledge will increase and the pot will get bigger. You get bigger pots.
That is such a nice point. That's such a nice point. Thank you, Prabhu, for bringing this up. And this is a very important point that, as Brahmanas, one of the key aspects is that we want to share that knowledge. And that's the reason why I really like, preparing for the Bhagavatam class. Because when I plan to give a class, I'm able to go a little bit more deeper, into the subject matter, hear from what our acharyas have said on this matter, and then we're able to share. So thank you. Thank you for bringing that point up. Krishna. Jai Hari Prabhu. Haribol, beautiful, Prabhu. Yeah, we get more joy when we see others happy, right? When we do something nice for somebody and we see the smile on their face, we feel happier. So, thank you. Narsingharupa Prabhu, like to share a reflection. It's okay. Please come. Thank you, Prabhu. And seeing you and how you're raising your family, I feel you're already practicing that. So thank you for being a great example to all of us. Hare Krishna. Bali? One. Hare Krishna. Yes. One more time. So Maharaj Parikshit, he is a pure devotee of Krishna, right? And he knows that everything is actually by Krishna's will. And there is a reason why Kali is also, coming right now, because he has a particular function to do. So as a king, it was his duty to ensure that there is no mischief going on in his kingdom, and he was able to do that right away. At the same time, anybody who is in his kingdom is his child. And when that child has made a mistake and has surrendered and has accepted the mistake, he gave him protection. And he showed, by his example, what a true parent or, what the Vatsalya Bhav should be, right? Now, after Maharaj Parikshit departs, that's when we start to see all the different signs, right, of Kali Yuga. And that's what, we need to understand, that this is all by the will of Krishna. And there is a reason why this happened. I don't know if that helped. If it didn't, maybe if somebody can help add to this. Okay, thank you, Prabhu. Yes. He was beating mother, so immediately they stopped. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Hare Krishna. Aditi Prabhu, would you like to share a reflection? So anything which stuck to your mind, and somebody catches you outside, like, what was he speaking? You wasted an hour of your life. What stuck to you? We can come back if you need some time, okay? Yeah, and when we are actually in association of devotees, everything becomes so easy, right? When we're alone, that's when it gets harder, right? And because when we're with devotees, it's like, okay, everybody's doing this, all right, you just go with the flow. And Jai. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Krishna. Hare Krishna was say. Say that one more time. The origin of Kali. I don't know. I do know that Kali was dark in color, and he was a Shudra, and he's basically in the mode of ignorance, trying to create mischief. But I can research and tell you, like, how did actually Kali come up? Yeah, thank you, Krishna. Does anybody know the answer? Like, how did Kali originate? Okay, we'll 4 seasons.
Spring, summer, fall, and winter. So it's part of the cycle of the universe, the natural cycle of the universe.
Mm.
Kali just happens to be in charge of that season, the cycle. I don't know if the other rulers have personalities also.
Mm. Just finished. Thank you.
I want to say one thing more. During Prabhupada's time, the program, it was called the ISKCON Sandwich.
The ISKCON sandwich.
We had the morning program. All of the devotees lived in the temple. Very few devotees lived outside. Everyone lived in the temple, men, women, children, and everyone came to the morning program. You get up, you sleep on the floor, you get up at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, take a cold shower. Everyone goes to Mangalarti and class, they go out all day long on Harinam or book distribution or some other service duty. Then in the evening, we do the same thing. We all come together, have arti, class, Krishna book, hot milk, and then you go to bed, and then the next day you do exactly the same thing. ISKCON standard.
I like sandwiches.
On your own.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Prabhu. Would you like to share something, Mataji? No? You want to pass? Okay. Anything? Yeah. Yeah, nice. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Rancho Prabhu. I'm so happy to see you, Prabhu. Great. Please share something. It'd be nice to hear from you. Okay. Hare Krishna. Okay, any final comment from anyone? Oh yeah, let's go back. Remembered.
I was thinking about how it's interesting how Kali is this person. I remember in previous chapters they were describing that he is like a Shudra and he's doing all these bad things, but he's dressed like a king, and he's dressed in like very opulent, like dress and jewelry and all of these things. I was thinking about that a little bit, and how that's how Kali presented himself.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't present himself as like a poor person. He didn't present himself as somebody unintelligent. He posed himself as somebody who was very intelligent and almost like a king. But he was doing all of these things that were considerably like abominable, like cutting the legs of a cow or beating animals.
Yeah.
Just reflecting a bit on that.
So this is a nice point that, Kali was actually impersonating as a king, right? There's another example in the Shastra when this happens. Do you know? We spoke about it a few weeks about Indra. So we were reading about how there was a yagya happening, and I forget who was doing the yagya. But the sun actually saw when Indra dressed up as a sannyasi and then came and tried to steal the horse, right? And he did it twice. And his son runs behind Indra to kill him. The first time he lets him go. And the second time, again he is told that yes, the horse is getting stolen. And he tries to again get the horse back. So yeah, this is important that that we need to understand that we don't need to project externally, somebody who we are not. We need to try to be genuine. Many times, I know in my life, we try to project what we are not, right? And that is not what this movement's about. We want to try to have reform from inside, right? And we want to be genuine. And we should have a space where we don't judge devotees, right? We are here to help each other so we can all grow and we are able to come to our true potentials. So this is a very nice point, what you bring up, that instead of just projecting externally something what we're not, we need to try to work internally. So, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, we'll stop here. Thank you so much. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Balava Giri Bharadhari Gopi Jana Balava Giri Bharadhari Jasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Jasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Sri Radha Madhava Radha Kalachandra Ju Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnu Para Paramahansa Parivrajaka Acharya Ashtotara Shata Sri Siman, His Divine Grace, Abhay Charanara Vinda Bhakti, Vedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Jayananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai, Prem Sikho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Garadha Shiva Shari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Jai Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath, Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai, Sri Vrindavan Ram Ki Jai, Navadip Simai Padam Ki Jai, Ganga Mai Ki Jai, Jamuna Mai Ki Jai, Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Texas Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Nitai Go Premanandi, Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glory to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glory to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga.
So our humble request is, can you make sure it's on silent mode before Janariwas Prabhu starts speaking? So just make sure your phones are on silent mode. Thanks.
We have an introduction. There is an introduction, the objective of this session. Is it working? Yeah. So please come in.
Hare Krishna, thank you for coming. It seems like once every decade, Lord Krishna bestows his mercy on us by sending us his grace, Janadivas Prabhu, the demigod of deity worship, to bless us by being present before us. He joined ISKCON in 1971 in Calcutta and was initiated by Srila Prabhupada. He took second initiation in 1972. He was personally trained by Srila Prabhupada how to perform deity worship and was requested by Srila Prabhupada to train all of us and others in the process of deity worship. He is the senior most head pujari in ISKCON. His love and devotion knows no bounds to the deities. I give you his grace, Janadivas Prabhu, who will now enlighten us on the topic of how to perform deity worship so that we can develop our love for the deities. Janadivas Prabhu Ki. Jai.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Yeah, Srila Prabhupada, he told me to train pujaris. 3 times, he told me. You study the Vedas 3 times, you get instruction 3 times. It means confirmed. Anyway, I was in the bhajan kutir with Srila Prabhupada and the other devotees. And I was there just listening. I was there listening. Oh my gosh. Hare Krishna. Hare Bol. So we were in the bhajan kutir and Prabhupada was talking to mostly to the managers. And then he said to the managers that this boy here, Jananibas, he is an ordinary person. He cannot do everything alone. You give him some help. He was telling to the managers. Then he said to me, so you should train up pujaris. I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. I didn't know what he meant because we didn't have any kind of course or any mantras, things like that. And then he was talking, and then again he said to me, so you should train up pujaris. I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. I think I would have forgotten. But anyway, the conversation finished. Everybody left the bhajan kutir. And I was like, I had one foot inside and one foot outside. And I heard, train up pujaris. Do you hear me? I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. Yeah. So he gave three times instruction. But at that time we didn't have any mantras or anything, padyams, archmans and things like that. We would just generally chant the Brahma Samhita prayers. So I was asked to speak something on the attitude of the pujaris. Ideally, as Srila Prabhupada showed us, the attitude and the mood of the devotees. When Prabhupada read the Bhagavad Gita translation of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, text 42, 43, second chapter, Vyasatmika buddhiya ekiha kuranandana bahu shakkayanandasya buddhayo vashenam. And he said, I read the purport of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, and he elaborated, Vyasatmika buddhiya means fixed. Your consciousness, buddhi, should be fixed in one point, and one point alone. Doesn't mean you fix consciousness on the tip of the nose, not that point. But single-minded determination. And one should fix his mind on the instructions of Guru and make them his life and soul. This is the example Prabhupada gave us. He said, when I read this, it struck me. It struck me what Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur said. And I remembered my Guru Maharaj's instructions to me, that you print books. So I made that as my life and soul. In fact, Prabhupada said, this movement is based on this principle of making the order of the Guru with one's life and soul. He said, I base the International Society for Krishna Consciousness on this principle. And so Srila Prabhupada, as the founder Acharya, one who sets example, Prabhupada's example, he showed how he became Krishna conscious by adopting this process of surrendering to the orders of the Guru and making it one's life and soul. So Prabhupada showing the proper attitude there. So a mood of surrender and service. So mood. Mood means more or less Bhagavad Gita, or spontaneous devotional service. But not everybody has surrendered and performing pure devotional service. So then we have the Pancharachika Viti, then follow the rules and regulations. So this is generally the deities in the temple are worshipped according to the Pancharachika Viti. Even if one is on himself on the platform of Rag Bhakti, still he will follow the temple's system of worship of the deity. So it's like when you go to Mayapur or Vrindavan, you should stop at the border of the Dham, at the edge of the Dham, and roll in the dust. And to get permission, you roll in the dust and leave all of your hankara in that dust and enter the Dham as the servant or the servant of the servant or the servant of the servant of the servant. Anyway, many times removed. That we should go in as assistant to our spiritual master. So when we enter the deity room, we pay our obeisances to the spiritual master and beg his permission to enter into the deity room to assist him in performing the service to the deities. So we're entering as a servant to our spiritual master. And following his example, we try to hear from what the founder Acharya, the rules and regulations that he sets, the standards he sets, we should try to follow. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare. Anyway, we're talking about surrender. So that should be our attitude. And yeah, with the idea that we're assisting our spiritual master. He's actually doing the service, and we are assisting him in this service. Srila Prabhupada said, someone asked him, how do we serve the spiritual master? It looks like we're worshipping the deity. Srila Prabhupada said, he said, Guru is there, and we offer him, I think he maybe said fan or chamra, we offer it to our spiritual master, to be offered to Krishna. So that's the idea. We're presenting everything before the spiritual master before we proceed to worship Guru. Hare Krishna. There's in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, chapter 24, text 322, something like that. Mahaprabhu is instructing Sanatana Goswami to compile the Hari Bhakti Vilas. And he gives a list, Prabhupada gives a list of the different types of, 64 different types of service you can offer, 64 upacharas. 64 items of worshipping the deity. So the fifth item is asana, means seat, offering a seat. And I asked Srila Prabhupada, what is the meaning of this fifth upachara, the asana? And he said, yes, you have the picture of the Guru, and you bring the asana before the Guru. The Guru is up with these different items, and he's not enjoying the articles, but he's offering to his spiritual master, and his spiritual master is offering to his spiritual master. And like this, he said, it goes through the parampara. He said, this is the system, parampara. So that's the idea. We're offering everything to Guru, who passes it on to his Guru, to his Guru. And yeah, this is a system, parampara. You have to go through the parampara. So the system that Prabhupada set up by first worshipping Guru. All systems like that, they should worship Guru first. So some of the big temples, like I guess Balaji, but Madhavacharyas, before they go in the deity room, they have another room separate, and they do the worship of, or at least some kind of worship of Manasa Puja. And then after that, then they go into the deity room and serve Madhavacharya. So then it becomes a direct yeah, so they worship, first they worship Guru. Anyway, somehow or another, worship of Guru should be done first. Hare Krishna. Prabhupada asked me one time, how you are worshipping the deity. So I explained how we were worshipping. We bring the deities down, we polish them with Ganga mud, then bathe them in Ganga water. So I was giving it like a step-by-step breakdown. And yeah, then we bathe the deities and dry the deities. And he was just nodding. And he said, what mantras are you using? I said, well, we usually chant the Chintamani prayers, Prabhupada. And they chant the Gayatri mantras also. And Prabhupada said, oh, very good. Vedic mantra, Om, Gayatri, Om is there. Very good. And then we bathe the deities, then we dry the deities, then we offer clothes to the deity. But at that point, Prabhupada said, no, now at this time, when you offered the bathing ceremony, you dried the deities. Now, like Krishna is standing there with nothing, no decoration, or clothing or anything. So, what is the first thing that we offer in that situation? Then Prabhupada said, yes, at that time, when the deity is dressed, washed, dried. No, after, when the deities are dried, then you can offer a tulsi. You offer tulsi at that time. Which according to the system, the tulsi upachara will come after dressing, bathing, ornaments, then offering flowers, and like that, about that time, you'll offer a tulsi. But Prabhupada said, no, at that time when Krishna had nothing on, and the first offering that we offer is tulsi, that we all know as being Bhakti Devi. So that's the way I understood it. That the first offering is bhakti, represented in tulsi. So, Prabhupada also taught us to learn to worship the Shalagram Shila. Mayapur was the first temple in ISKCON to worship Shalagram. So, Prabhupada said it should be introduced in our movement where there is sufficient facilities. You can worship Shalagram. So he asked the managers that they should get a Shalagram Shila and they could worship on the altar in Mayapur. So the devotees got one Shila and we went to show Srila Prabhupada. We went to show Srila Prabhupada, and immediately he touched to his head, and then he was talking. He said that the Brahmanas, they worship Shalagram Shila. They keep in a little box or in a little bag, hanging around their neck. And they do their pujas, then they put the Shalagram to sleep. Then they chant different mantras. Again, they wake up the deity. They move to another place. Say mantras, wake up the deities. Then again, go back to sleep again. And then go to a different place. Like this, so the Brahmanas are travelling with the Shalagram Shila. So he said sleeping, eating, sleeping, eating, sleeping, eating. He said, and he laughed. He said, this is Shalagram Puja. Oh no, mantra that. Mantra sleeping, mantra sleeping, mantra sleeping. And then Prabhupada he was sitting at his desk in the Lotus building. And Prabhupada did a little puja. He did a little puja. He didn't move or anything from his desk or where he was sitting. But he had the shalagram, he had a Achman cup and tilak on his desk, and he made some tilak and he painted a little face, little eyes, mouth, M-shaped mouth, seagull-shaped mouth, and put some little gopi dots on. He said, so you should do like this, do it nicely. And then Prabhupada took up his garland and put his garland around the shalagram. He had some cloth. Jayapataka Maharaj was there, he had bought some cloth from Shantipo for worshipping shalagram. Just a small pieces of silk. So they just folded up like a dhoti. And he turned his tilak container upside down. It was like an egg cup shaped. It's a little shallow there. So he folded the cloth and put the cloth on there, like a little asan, then put the shalagram on top of the cloth, the dhoti. It's a perfect fit. Then he had another piece he put as a chadar. And like that he was talking. He said during the month of Vaishak, you can observe the shalagram tulsi jaldan. For that month you drip water on, because it's a very hot time. You drip water on the shalagram. And he was saying some different things. Then suddenly that garland that he put on the shalagram, it fell off, it slipped down. And Prabhupada said, oh, did you see? Did you see? You see? He said, you know that story of Krishnadas Kabiraj? And he went to see Madan Gopal for his blessings for writing Chaitanya Damrita. He said, you see, it means he's accepted my service. So, anyway, later on, Srila Prabhupada used to come every Gaur Purnima. So, Hare Krishna. So Prabhupada came and he taken darshan of Radha Madhava. Taken darshan of Radha Madhava, and then he looked at some shalagrams. We had a few shalagrams that were donated, and so that the other shalagram, he had a natural mouth. He had a hole, like, so the different lakshanas, different lakshana means different lakshanas. Anyway, different characteristics. Shalagram, different characteristics. So different characteristics. How do I get that? What? Can't remember what I was saying. Oh, that's right. Sorry. I get a short-term memory loss. I kind of blank out a little bit sometimes. I'm taking medicines. So, that's right. So I that shalagram, he had a natural mouth already, like a hole in it. So then Prabhupada, when he showed me the shalagram, didn't have any lakshana like that. So Prabhupada drew the mouth, little M-shaped, seagull shaped mouth. So this new shalagram we had, he had a natural mouth. The hole was there. So I wanted to do exactly what Prabhupada showed me with the other one. So I put the face and dots, and then I put the M-shaped mouth with tilak. I put it over the natural mouth, the natural hole. So then Prabhupada came for darshan, and then he, Radha Madhava, then he looked down at the shalagrams at the feet of Radha Madhava, and he said, "Why he has a mustache?" I said, "No, it's not a mustache, Srila Prabhupada, it's his mouth." He said, "Krishna doesn't have a mustache." I said, "No, it's supposed to be his mouth." He said, "No, don't give Krishna a mustache." There's one deity in Chennai, I think, Krishna and Arjuna, and they have Krishna with a mustache, but our worshipper Lord doesn't have a mustache in this form. Hare Krishna. So, yeah. So attitude. Every living, according to Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, every living entity has a relationship with Krishna that's unique to that living entity and Krishna. So the idea is to use that unique quality in service of Krishna. So anyway, the idea is that Krishna is there, you are there in the heart. It's a matter of the process of cleansing all the unwanted things in the heart. So that should come automatically by serving the deity and receiving the mercy of the Lord in his deity form. He's given us an opportunity to serve him. Radha Kalachandraji. So the devotion that should become naturally revealed the more you serve the deity and cleanse Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement begins at this point. Chaito Darpana Marjanam. The heart should be clean. The Shikshashtikam that he left. Only 6 verses, but it begins with Chaito Darpana Marjanam. First cleanse the heart, then everything will be revealed. Everything is there already. It's simply covered. So Krishna consciousness is a cleansing process. Cleansing the heart. And everything will be revealed. So that's your bhakti. You give to Krishna. Whatever you give to Krishna, offer it with devotion. Nishinga Kavacha Prabhu is the Deity worship minister. And he always, when I was giving classes, he would also always ask me to give your example about surrendering to Krishna. So I gave an example of my own experience, and we were reading the Chaitanya Bhagavat. Chutananda Maharaj was reading it because he knew Bengali, and he was telling how Haridas was being chastised by the Kazi, Chankazi, and the Chankazis. He said, "Why you are following this low-class Hindu religion? You are coming from a Muslim family. If you don't change, I'll have your body cut into thousands of pieces." So Haridas Thakur said, "You may cut my body into thousands of pieces, but you'll never stop. They'll never stop me chanting Hare Krishna." And it struck me as something wonderful prayer. So I went in front of Radha Madhava and I made the same prayer, that as long as there is one fibre of energy left in my body, I will not stop your service to you. I will not stop serving you. So sometimes things just strike you like that, or you get the order from the spiritual master, or something you feel that you should pursue, offering prayers of surrender. And Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Sorry, not very fluent. So Prabhupada said that these two rules must be followed strictly: cleanliness and punctuality. If everything is going on time, the offerings and the worship, and everything is kept clean, then everything will come from that. Everything else will manifest it from that. This instruction is really Prabhupada. Cleanliness and in the deity room, like that, before you enter, you pay obeisances to your guru and ask his permission to assist him in serving the deity. And in the deity room, mantras and everything can be chanted. But there should be no unnecessary talking. Once you start talking loudly, then it will become standard. And then you won't notice it, but most of your attention will be going somewhere else. So, if we have to speak in the deity room, then best to go close to the person you're speaking to, and only Krishna consciousness activities should be talked about concerning the deity, addressing the deity. Then everything should automatically become manifested as we follow these systems of deity worship. So we have a Mayapur Academy is there. They're training up pujaris, different features of deity worship.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
You are Maharaj to me. Thank you, Janani Prabhu, for your wonderful lecture. And now we want to open the floor and ask if anyone has any questions or comments.
Hare Krishna. So I had two questions. One was, is it important when we're doing deity worship that we should do mudras? Mudra with our hands?
Not necessary.
Okay.
Not that you have to do it. One or two you can use. Generally, most devotees use this chakra mudra. One or two you can use, but not but inside the deity room. It's not really necessary for Krishnas.
Okay. And the other question I had was, when we're addressing the deities, is it okay if we listen to kirtan?
Yeah, generally it says, like in the evening. At night there should be like festive mood when the deities are put to rest. Should be a festive kind of mood. In some of the big temples in South India, they before the deity takes rest, they take him on a palanquin. They circumambulate the temple and by palanquin. And as kirtan is going on, or they sing some softer songs, so it's like a lullaby. The deity is taking rest according to the lullaby, helping him take rest. So it's, the injunctions are there. It should be festive mood. So you can chant. You can also play Hare Krishna.
So in the morning, when we're dressing the deities in the morning, can the pujari listen to kirtan while they're dressing the deities? With their earphones. So in the morning when we're dressing the deity, can the pujari listen to kirtan while they're dressing the deities on their earphones?
Cell phones weren't around at that time when they spoke the Vedas and instruction. But Kirtaniya Sarahari, the kirtan should always be going on. Yeah, as long as it doesn't interfere with the other pujaris, as long as it doesn't disturb their devotional service, you can offer. You can hear those kirtan tapes or whatever on the earphones.
It is okay to hear, right? Okay. Thank you.
As long as it doesn't interfere with the other devotees.
Worship. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Jananidas Prabhu. So my question is, when you were describing that, I believe you said Prabhupada told you that the tulsi should be offered after you bathe and dry the deity before you dress them? Is that what you said? Before you put, for example, when I dress the small deities, like Radha Govinda or Chota Radhika or Chanji, so I bathe them, I do the massage their bodies, chant the mantras, but then I put Krishna's pants on because, and then I offer the tulsi, because it seems like if you put the tulsi first, then when you dress them, the tulsi would come off of their lotus feet. So, tell me what is the proper way.
No, but that's the way Prabhupada showed.
That's the way Prabhupada showed it. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Janani Vasprabhu. Thank you so much for coming to Radha Kalachandji Dham. Your instructions are perfect and complete. Thank you so much. But as a pujari, dressing their lordships, how do you, I don't know if this is going to come out right, but how do you not develop a relationship with them so that you understand how they want to be dressed and still stay within the guidelines of a particular dham? It's hard when you're associating with them and you feel you're understanding them to not put a little extra touch of what you're feeling on them when you're dressing or how you dress them. So, is there a proper way to honor them and dress them without going off track, if that makes any sense?
In the ninth canto, Narad Muni is speaking. He said that deity worship is not exactly stereotyped. Different places, different circumstances will be considered. But it's not just stereotyped.
Thank you so much. You have answered.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, the tulsi is a very special upachara. Should tulsi be offered at the lotus feet of Mahaprabhu or Nityananda Prabhu? There was an installation in Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was there installing deities. So the pujaris got everything ready and they did all the procedures. And then one pujari put tulsi leaves on Krishna's feet. And anyway, everything was complete, and they called Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur to come and do the official Brahma Pratishta, calling the Lord from the heart into the deity. This is done by the Acharya. He'll call heart into his heart, his worshipful deity of the Sampradaya. So the pujari, they brought Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur to do this service of Brahma Pratishta, actually calling the deity from the heart. And when he went inside the deity room, and he looked down and he saw tulsi leaf on the feet. And he said, "Oh, now I have nothing to do." So he was showing that not that I can really understand, but my understanding was, again, tulsi is sufficient. Yeah, so he said, now I have nothing to do. Someone already put the tulsi on Krishna's feet. So for him that was another time the pujaris were dressing. In ISKCON. And the pujari said, Srila Prabhupada, should I put tulsi leaves on Krishna's feet, Gauranga's feet? And Nitai? And Prabhupada said, put the tulsi in between the feet. Perfect answer of Prabhupada. Put tulsi in between the feet. So Tulsi Devi plays such a special role in ISKCON. Prabhupada established the worship of Tulsi twice a day. So she's very dear because she's a very close associate of Radha and Krishna, who are our worshipful deities. They're Ishtadevas. And serving their devotees will get the blessings from our sampradaya. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. So when you're on the altar and you're making an offering, say, of incense or the ghee lamp, what is the proper order? Do you start with first to the spiritual master and then to Gaurnitai and then work your way up? Or do you start with Kalachandji or, Radha Kalachandji and work your way down? What's the proper, or is there a proper order to when you're offering incense or the ghee lamp and such?
They're presenting the articles first to show to Guru. Not we're offering to Guru for him to enjoy, but we're presenting it to him so he can present it to his spiritual master. So they generally show to the Guru, and then they start they show to the Guru, and then present it to other deities that may be there, and then you actually start the worship, your incense. You start the actual worship at the lotus feet of Krishna, but the article is first presented to Radharani, then offered to Krishna. So like that we're presenting the offerings ultimately through Srimati Radharani. So she can offer to Krishna, and Krishna must accept her service. So in this way, as Prabhupada said, parampara, this is the system. So it's more a presenting rather than actually a direct worship. But if you're outside the deity room and they worship the deity outside in some ISKCON. But the injunctions are there, you should worship. Worship Guru before you worship anyone else. So, if you're doing that outside the deity room, you worship your Guru. Then when you go in the deity room, you can worship the deity. You can worship Radha Kalachandra. You can start there, because already you've done the preliminary puja. You've worshipped Guru. So this is the principle. Worship Guru and present it. As long as you don't leave the principles, then the small details you can have, that may vary from place to place.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hare
So,
Krishna.
when we are offering the articles to the deities, what does each article signify?
What do they signify? Asana represents the earth. They support. You sit on an asana. Or the Lord sits on the asana. The Lord's asana is Anantadev. So, asana represents support. So the mantra says, please support me while I engage in worship of Radha and Krishna. Offering Agya in a conch shell that's representing water. That the lamp, Panchapradeep, or the Ekapradeep, offering a fire. Chamra represents wind. No, the peacock fan. Peacock fan is how we're making a breeze. Chamra is for chasing away flies and the mosquitoes. So yeah, they represent the different elements. There's a description in the Govinda Lilamrita. And Radha and Krishna are entering. They're entering into the forest, the 6 seasonal forest. There are many forests, but with different features and different colors, flowers and leaves and birds. And Brinda Devi is taking Radha and Krishna into this 6 seasonal forest where all the seasons manifest their flowers and fruits all at one time. So Brinda Devi is given a description. And she takes Radha and Krishna into the forest and said, see how the flowers are growing, making like a carpet. Making like a carpet. This flowers makes designs like we get. We don't have any blank carpet. There's designs usually, all kinds of designs. So the flowers grow up and they make a colourful carpet. So that's like the asan. There's 16 main items you can worship with. Ashanam Swagatam Padyamargamacham Madhupaka Ponachmanim Ganda Pushpa Dupdeep Nevedyam and Pranam Namaskar. These are 16 upacharas of worship. Anybody is familiar with these 16 upacharas? Anyway, it's a standard worship that all the temples would use. If you use this system, then nobody will say anything or complain or say you're not doing enough. All the big temples also have it. Puri, Radha Govinda Ji, Jaipur, Radha Kanta Kanta in Gumbira. I asked some of these pujaris there. And they offer these 16 upacharas, 16 items of worship. It's a standard of worship. So the forest has made an asan for Radha and Krishna to come, the carpet, coloured carpet with coloured flowers. Then asanam swagatam. See how the creepers falling down from the trees and they're being blown by the wind, like offering namaskar, swagatam, welcoming Radha and Krishna into the forest. Asanam, swagatam, padyam, the padyam is water for washing the lotus feet, but in the ingredients there is shoma chal, samaki chal rice, lotus flowers, and Vishnu Kranta, another herb, there, and a moonstone. It's a semi-precious moonstone. Like translucent, so it goes milky kind of. So those stones they melt and become water, and they rush down and they wash Radha Madhava's feet when they're entering. Padyam Agyam Agam is being presented represented by water and with different ingredients in it. Some rice, some different kinds of flowers. And the next item is Achmanam. So Achmanam is water. Within that water you put the ingredients. Padyam, for washing feet. That contains lotus flowers. Achman contains cloves, labanga, nutmeg, jaifal, and cloves, and berry scent. What's that scent called? Anyway, these berries, they mix with the water and it's offered as achmanim when they sip water. Then after that comes the snan, and this is coming from the waterfalls and the breeze of Vrindavan blowing the little droplets of water, and that gives them a snan, bath, bathing ceremony. But then offering clothes, that's the forest is offering different kind of flower decorations and clothing and armlets, bracelets. They're all being offered to Radha and Krishna. Then after that comes clothing. That time in offering flowers that are growing all everywhere. Pushpa. And then offering incense. The incense is carried by the bumblebees with their pollen, scented pollen. They fly around and create a nice scent. Dhupa, incense. Then deepa, that the champaka flowers. They look like champaka, you know. Look like flames on the tree, like a cubic. We're up in his cubics, 5 cubics. So they're on the tree and they're being waved. So it looks like fire. The champaka buds. So it looks like a lamp. And then you're off with the peacock fan. This is represented by the banana leaf. They're blowing and moving and creating a nice breeze. So like this, these different upacharas are being, this 6 season flower garden is presenting themselves, everything. They're just presenting themselves and all their qualities for the pleasure of Radha Madhava as they enter into the 6 seasonal forest. So that's the origin of the 16 upacharas. It goes on in Goloka Vrindavan. Then it comes down to the Vaikuntha world, down to the Deva Lokas, and down to the earthly planets. And then we get on this earthly planet and the heavenly planet. And then it comes out for us, earthly beings, earthly and Deva planetariums. They're then it comes out to the demigods and in the material world, into the brahmanas. And so from Goloka, that worship with 16 items of the origin of all the other worship. So when it comes down to this plane, then it comes out as the Purusha Shukta mantra. Om Sahasra Srirsha Purushaha Sahasra Shat Shabata Sarbhumim Vishado Vajadishat Dasangulam. Famous Purusha Shukta mantras that is sung throughout all the different Vedas. So that's the origin. The origin is in Goloka, where the worship of Radha and Krishna. And it comes down, and then it's chanted as the Purusha Shukta. So anybody who does that, worships for 16 items, that's very, very standard good worship. And all the major temples, they will offer this. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. So these 16 upacharas, when we are offering on the altar here, how do we relate to the deities? How do we relate with the deities? I've heard we consider them as the kings when they are on the altar. Is that how we relate to them? And in that mode we offer the worship? Or do we still have the same conception of Radha and Krishna and Vraja when we don't have that spontaneous devotional service yet? How would we relate with the deities?
Yeah, then it's deity worship is offered according to the Panchrachaki Vidhi. Means you have all the rules and regulations. So we don't know how to worship Krishna, we've forgotten. So all these mantras and everything, they're to help us remember again Krishna. What was the question?
So the question was, how do we relate with the deities when, as pujaris, we're offering all these upacharas?
So we're asking the questions because we don't know how to worship, so therefore the Panchrachika Vidhi is for people who don't know how to worship. So then, okay, then worship according to the rules and regulations of Pancharatriki. And that would be a fixed. If strictly following then the rules and regulations in the form of service. Following all the rules and regulations. And then that's according to the Hare Krishna. Yeah, so then that sense of so what we do according to the rules and regulations, then that the rules and regulations follow carefully, and that will then what is the rule of regulations? That will transform. That will. Anyway, it'll transform into a sense of love. The rules and regulations. You follow carefully. And that sense of duty will be transformed into a sense of loving devotion. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. So when we are offering bhoga to the deities, should the pujari wait on the altar in case Krishna and Radharani want something, or is a proper etiquette that we should leave while they enjoy the bhoga?
Say again.
So when we offer bhoga to the deities, should the pujari wait on the altar on the side in case Radha Krishna want something, or is the proper etiquette that we leave the deity room?
Yeah, but it recommends one should sit outside in front of the deity. So you come outside of the door or the curtain. And there you can chant the mantra. Prabhupada gave us these mantras. Guru Pranam mantra 3 times. Gauranga Pranam mantra 3 times. Krishna's mantra 3 times. And then Brahma Gayatri if you have. 3 times. No, Brahma Gayatri 10 times. That's the standard that Srila Prabhupada showed us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So I think we're about to wrap it up now. So this will be the last question, and it's coming from me. You said that the deity should not be stereotyped, but if the acharya of the temple, who has designated or taught the pujari how to dress the deities so that it enhances their finer features, what do you do when pujaris come from other temples and they worship with devotion other deities that are dressed differently? So how do I deal with that? And they want to put some of the methods that they use in other temples on the deities here.
If you have instructions from the acharyas, or who has established the deity worship, then that system should be followed. That system should be followed, whatever he spoke. Representing the parampara.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you.
So we're going to end here, and we want to thank His Grace Janani Vasprabhu for coming and helping us and enlightening us and giving us so much knowledge about deity worship. And I want you to give him a big applause. Haribo! Haribo! Thank you so much, Prabhu, for coming.
He has something to say.
Okay.
His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I think he established some standards here on how to worship Radha Kalachandri. So that should be, as much as possible, that the Acharya's instructions should be followed and be this example. It should be the way that he wanted the worship done. So whatever instructions he has given, that we should become established as the standard worship of the deity. Is that it?
Janani Vasprabhu ki jai. Janani Vasprabhu ki jai. The most senior head pujari in ISKCON ki jai. Nitai Gaura Pramanandi.
Pramanandi. Hare Krishna. Thank you for tolerating me. I'm sorry about my condition. Losing short-term memory loss.
Every word, all the words emanating from your mouth were like nectar. Don't worry. We appreciate you just coming here and giving us your association.
Thank you. Symptom of a devotee. Always glorifying devotees. Thank you.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Oh yes, you can get a group picture.
Group picture.
Is it okay if you get a group picture? I'll take the picture. Since you're all here, I'll take it.
Premam करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजो श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजो श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम में कामनी वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ तन्न कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजगौ श्री
शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशोतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधरा श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंदा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, oh Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, oh Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandji Radha, Kala Chandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagana Jaya Jagana Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की जय, गंगा माई की जय, यमुना माई की जय, भक्ति देवी की जय, तुलसी देवी की जय, वृंदावन धाम की जय, मथुरा धाम की जय, मायापुर धाम की जय, जगन्नाथपुरी क्षेत्र नीलाचल धाम की जय. All glories to the assembled devotees, Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Gaur Premanande Hari Bo. Sri Narsingha, Jaya Narsingha, Jaya Jaya Sri Narsingha, Ugram Viram Mahavishnu, Jalam Tam Sarvtamukaham, Nishnam Vishnam Bhattam, Mittur Mittur Namamyaham. Sri Narsingha, Jaya Narsingha, Jaya Jaya Sri Narsingha, Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Vringa. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya.
Purvaksha Hiranyakashi Purvaksha Srilatanka Nakalaye Silatanka Nakalaye Ito na singho para to na singho Ito na singho para to na singho Yato yato yamita to na singho Yato yato yamita to na singho Ahir na shinga Hridaya na shinga Ahir na singha Hridaya na singha Na singho Hridaya na singho Tara singha matim saranam papade Tara singha matim saranam papade Tabakara kamala bore nakala Buddha Singha Talita Hiranyakashipu Taruvingam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Lakshmi Nrsimha Jaya Lakshmi Nrsimha Jaya Lakshmi Nrsimha Jaya Lakshmi Nrsimha Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev. Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Narsingadev, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Narahari. Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari. Jai Hari Hari Bol.
Dasamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Dasamati Nandana Brajavana Nagara Gokula Sanjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavana Nagara Gokula Sanjana Gopi Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Gopi Parana Dhana Magana Manahara कालिया दमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोपी प्राणन धन परान धन मगन मनहर कालिय दमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर हरि नाम अम्य विलासा विपीन पुरंदर नवीन नागर मन मंकी मदन सुभाषा अमर हरि नाम विलासा विपिन पुरंदर नवीन नगर बर बंशी मगन सुभाषा दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजन जन पालन असुर नाशन नंद को धन रखवाला जन पालन असुर नाशन नंद को धन रखवाला गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम सुंदर नंद गोपाल गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम सुंदर नंद गोपाल दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन राम न तट चरा Tatara Gopi Vasanahara Rasarasika Kripama Tatara Gopi Vasanahara Rasarasika Kripama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodayasayam Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodayasayam Datsamati Nandana Rajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Datsamati Nandana Rajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Gopi Paranadana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Gopi Paranadana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Datsamati Nandana Brajabhadra Nagara Gokula Ranjana Datsamati Nandana Brajabhadra Nagara Gokula Ranjana Vasanahara Rasarasika Kripama Ramuna Tatara Gopi Vasanahara Rasarasika Kripama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodayasayam Shri Radha Vallabha Shri Radha Vallabha Vanatava Bhakti Vinodayasayam Samati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Datsamati Nandana